Hello everyone, my name is Michael Dowling. I am the Artistic Director at Medicine Wheel Productions, soon to be known as Spoke, as in I spoke, you spoke, he, she, they spoke. We spoke, you spoke, they spoke. This is the 29th incarnation of Day Without Art, World AIDS Day. And in the early years, we were really in such uncertain times. And I belong to two communities, both the art community and the gay community, that were being really hard hit by this mysterious, really baffling disease, where you'd see somebody 1 week and 2 weeks later you'd be going to their funeral. And the need to create space to gather, to grieve, to remember, to reflect, became the focus of my work. And so, some 29 years later, we continue to create space in a time when we can't gather. And so this year we're going virtual, and many friends from over the years are participating by making artistic offerings to mark the hours of the day, almost like a tolling of the day, a reading of the names, if you will, so that we're reminded that these numbers of people, enormous numbers that's so difficult to wrap our head around, are not numbers, they're people, individual peoples, father, son, brother, sister, mother, niece, nephew, grandchild. Right? And each of them had a story, a profound story, a beautiful story. And all of us are connected through our stories. And that's humanity, right? The human story, the human condition. So our work in this next 24 hours of reflection, mindfulness, artistic offerings, prayers, hopes, dreams, is to remember, who am I for myself? And maybe more importantly, who can we be for each other? Just a very quick story. When I started this in 1992, I went back to the quarries in Quincy where I grew up. I gathered stones to bring to the cyclorama and invited people over 24 hours to lift a stone and carry it to the center of the room and just feel the weight. And it was an idea, right? And I was about to have an experience that was beyond anything I could have imagined or anything I could have thought up for myself. Two women came in and they chose the largest stone and tried to move it to the center of the room. They were struggling, so I offered to help, and a young man ringing a gong every 16 minutes to denote that there was a new HIV infection every 16 minutes that year, offered to help, and they said no. And I offered a third time, and one of the women looked at me and she says, you don't get this, do you? Her son, my nephew, just died from AIDS. This is our weight. I then knew the work that I was being called to do, and it was real work about human connection and human experience. Oddly, 16 years later, as we were trying to carry 16,000 gallons of water from Fort Point Channel down to the cyclorama to mark the 16,000 new HIV infections in young people in this country that year, at the end of the vigil, a woman came running up the stairs of the cyclorama, and she went over to a table to look at a book that we had called Living with AIDS, and she's flipping through it. And I said, you can have that book, we have lots of them. And she says, no, I just want to see the book. And I said, well, please take one. I said, we have hundreds. And she says, you don't get it, do you? My two sons died from AIDS 15 and 16 years ago. I just want to see what they put in the books. She just wanted to see if the stories and the lives of her children had been remembered. Then she went in and she says, is the medicine wheel in there? And I said, yes. And she went in, she saw 16, we ended up carrying 12,000 buckets of water, 12,000 buckets of water surrounding the room. And she said, came out, hand on her heart, all those souls, where are the buckets? My two sons deserve buckets. And it was very cold that day, but we had a trough of water on the front sidewalk. We went and we broke the ice, and carried the water in, and the circle was complete in memory of her two sons. And I had a realization at that point that every moment in time is connected, that two women carrying one stone and one woman carrying two buckets was a single moment, a revelation of the human condition, of grief, of loss, of love, of connection. And so we continue this work, in a time of other pandemics, the dual pandemics of racial inequity, COVID, right, where we're invited to see ourselves more clearly as we relate to each other. So I am humbled and honored to be launching the 29th incarnation of Day Without Art, December 1st, AIDS Vigil. We will be bookending this vigil with another one on February 7th to mark National Black HIV Awareness Day. And so I look forward to having many of you join us over the next 69 days as we remember through art those who have gone before us, those we loved, those we lost. Thanks, everyone.
The Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence are a 501c3 international nonprofit organization. We are a sacred modern order of queer clown nuns. Our mission is to promulgate universal joy and expiate stigmatic guilt. We encourage people to be who they are without judgment, to love ourselves and one another, and do no harm to yourself or others. The order began in 1979 when three friends wore nun habits around the Castro district of San Francisco to shake things up. From there, they could be seen at queer events offering support, love, and care to those in the community. The order has grown into thousands of nuns worldwide over the last 41 years. The Sisters' Creed is, we love you, we adore you, we respect you, we protect you, we serve you, we are your sisters. The Boston Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence became what the sisters call a fully professed house in 2011. In 2012, a ceremony the sisters called the Exequator was conducted to celebrate the formation of the house and the completion of its process to become fully professed. The existing sisters of the Boston House and many visiting sisters from around the world gathered for this celebration. It was at this time they dedicated a tree to honor the lives of people affected by HIV/AIDS. The tree is located on the Commonwealth Avenue Mall in Boston near Kenmore Square. The plaque in front of the tree reads as follows: The Boston Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence dedicate this tree to honor those whose lives have been touched by HIV/AIDS. Today we gather to honor and celebrate life. Thank you. Hello, friends, and welcome to the World AIDS Day Vigil organized by the Boston Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. My name is Novice Sister Fallon Angel, and it's a pleasure to have you. All you'll need for this vigil is a candle. Take a few moments, go get a candle. It could be a short one, a long one, a scented or unscented. Any candle will do. Let's begin. Blessed be. Thank you for being here today. You are beautiful and perfect just as you are. We gather to honor and celebrate life. Those who came before us, those present near and far, those yet to come. May our lives be abundant with experience. May we come together to enrich each other, unite, and radiate. It is customary to call the corners north, south, east, and west with respect and reverence, but not today. It is tradition to call upon the elements in nature, but not today. It is habit to acknowledge higher power, but not today. No, friends, not today. Today calls for a simple message, a message for all. Words to recognize and inform the significance of life. I am one of the people. What a blessing. You are one of the people. Blessed be. We are the people. Life belongs to us. The North did not awaken and decide to call itself the North. Its name was a gift from the people. We live alongside nature, fire, water, air, and earth. The gods and goddesses manifested because of the people. People have the power to create, love, and live. I am one of the people. Life belongs to those who live it. Hills and valleys are a given. Connections are precious. Knowledge is full of wonder, all to make us stronger as the people. There is nothing wrong with you because there are so many things right with you. So be bold, be yourself. You should be acknowledged for who you are. There is no one else like you. Such a blessing. You are one of the people. To those we honor and celebrate today, thank you. Whether they are with us only in thoughts, adjacent and far-flung, or our future, thank you. It is you who provides the energy for us to thrive as one people. This candle represents one life. This fire is the energy one life gives. Let us come together as a collective with this message to share with others. Sisters, brothers, guards, and family, please share who you are with everyone you encounter. We are the people. While sharing our energy through the significance of lighting each other's candles and having our lit candles, let us think of the memorial of life this is, as a unit to proclaim the message, I am one of the people. Blessed be. Now, members of the Boston Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence will read names sent to us, researched, and given. Thank you.
Sister Barbie Mitzvah, Roderick Roddy Charles Chevalier, Caleb Isaiah Pinto, Sister Florence Nightmare, Bobby Campbell, Michael Kalin, Dr. Tom Waddell, Larry Kramer, Cleve Jones, James Andrew Matthews, Thomas Martin, Elmer Catt, Pedro Zamora, James W. Bunn, Richard Swanson, Thomas Netter, Flossie Wong Stahl, Dr. Anthony Fauci, John Hughes, Judith Gillis, Larry Webb, Ron Hall, Jerry Flint Parker II, Mark Townsend, Jerry Mack, Karen Stewart, Nathan Fain, Jim Duval, Vito Russo, Bill Thomas, St. Morgan, Sister Folsom Delights, Sister Vice and Virtue, Pope Impius I de San Francisco.
Peter Leslie, Gary E. King, Jimmy Heiss, Richard Sharp, Michael Caves, Douglas F. Corvey, Bob Negrin, Michael Rafferty, Joseph H. Robindo, Patrick Stocking, Court Miller, Christopher Stryker, John Phillips, Richard Rochon, Gwen Garcia, Don Muse, John Bryant, Robert Anderson, Frederick Pertucci, Michael McLeod, Gary P. Pomerant, Bill Lessard, Ruth McFadden, the Greater Boston Minority Health Coalition, for those who have died in silence in communities of color. Jeff Taylor, David Brooks, John Norris IV, Alan Nicholson, Sister Marie Eveready, Sister Fleur of the Flip Top Box, Sister Cardiopulmonary Resuscitation.
Jeffrey Scott Meridian, John G. Bryant, Stephen R. Plouffe, Dale L. Spicer, John Harold Davis, Wallace Bethia, Shorling Frederick Schneider II, Anthony Grace, Joe Constantino, Sergio Dominguez, Mark Kaplan, Mark Zeilsdorf, Edwin Eddie K. Capinos, Richard Timothy Jones, Stephen Moran, Rocky Harrelson, Les Easley, Walter J. Porter, Ken Sienz, aka Didi Ledoux, William F. Bowen, Benny Gonzalez, Thomas Savage, Stanley F. Wolf, Mark Cullen Courier, Melissa Belcher Wright, Dana Potts, Steve Bedworth, Sister Sleaze de Jure, Saint Walter Rowan of the College of Supreme Indulgence, Sister Luscious Lashes,
Kevin Raymond, Sean Murphy, Sister B. Big, Michael J. Caruso, Mark Braswell, Stephen E. Fay, Laura Tochi Carroll, Tommy DePlatzi, Eric A. Durst, Ronnie Bradshaw, Ed Toohill, Tom Reggie, Herbert Bourne, John Canada, Richard L. Lewis II, Albert G. Colombo, Randy Smith, Bill Ward, Doug Freeman, Pat Potenza, Glenn Paul, Joseph Graziano, Alfred Al Loeb, James Jim Vineyard, Billy Carson, Rick Coyle, Joseph Kearns, Rob Hale, Whitney Anderson, Paul Franzman, Philip A. Rittenberg, David Bauer, Larry Lapierre, Sister Reverend Mother Shapiro, Sister Explosion, Reverend Mother Abbess, Sister Bipolar Dysfunction.
Tom Armani, Peter Anson, Edward Weinbaum, Joseph C. Person, Jack Coleman, James Ellis Cooksey, Hank Moyer, Carmela Jackson, Greg Wigley, Sandy Millay, Robert Jarvis, Robert Marcus Pelletier, Ed Carrero, John Lyons, Sylvia Comacho, Arthur Carvalho, David Smead, Nelson F. Brown II, Paul R. Doucette, Bill Lewis, Robert W. Foligno, Gary R. Wurzberger, Robert Keith Gollner, Ramphis Morero, Merrill David Adams, St. Pablo Ramon Vidal, Sister Rosanna Hosanna Bella, Sister Sushi Psychedelia, Sister Quaalude Conduct, Saint Father Fellatio, Sister Sensible Shoes, Sister Kamana Wanalea,
Wally Heartlove, Sister Baba Ram, Saint Mel Wald, Bruce McGowan, Kenny King, Jorge Luis Lanzo, Paul Borston, Louis Pierce, Roland Bonilla, Dr. Hank Magdalena, Avier Garza, Neil Kent Augustin, Michael Greer, Alan Laser, David Lapointe, Robert Osborne, Stephen Fay, Edwin Bordenstein, Joseph Pino, Jeff Laham, Isaac Fong, Robert Busey, Michael Bruno, Joe Nunziato, Sister Teresa Stigmata, Sister Marquisa Dassad, Sister Unity Harmony, Sister Shrouda Tarina Tarpe La Death, Sister Homocycle Motorsexual, Sister Salvation Army, Father Flick, and to the many more, we honor you.
I am one of the people.
You are one of the people.
We are the people.
We love you.
We adore you.
We respect you.
We protect you.
We serve you.
We are your sisters. To close this evening's vigil, I will read a benediction. Take your life with you and give yourself to others. Keep this memento. Let it burn to remind you of these moments we shared together and anyone who has affected your life. Give your energy to those who brought you here today and others you encounter. May we bless each other with grace. And always remember that we are the people. Blessed be.
My mother never loved someone as much as she did him, until she had kids. By then, her broken became a weapon. Damaged by the absence of his loyalty, his kiss turned her inside out. Heartbeat bleeding on sleeves she always wore like skin. Skin like masochist, like love that never felt as good as he did. And her mother, bred by the toughest street corners, cementing bloodstained dreams of making it rich, led her to be convinced that that eye for an eye mentality would be the reason she had lost one, would be the reason she stared down at love through the barrel of a gun with the other one, firing with resentment, as rage conceded to heartbreak, as infidelity laid on her sheets its heartbreak that turned her finger into a trigger pin. My mother found love in that man's arms at the age of 18. Her father is still a story made up of fiction novels. Convolution and confusion bordered in imagination crafted to silence her curiosity. Her mother gave up on explaining his absence the day she surrendered her kids. Blisters boiled the heels of her feet from walking the heated concrete barefoot. No shoes to fill. My mother wore shoes to fill in for her absence, and my father took the place of her weakness, took the place of the melanin she always claimed as hers but wasn't birthed with. My nana, though, was brown skin. Afro stood tall and well-built like Black Panther, picked from the roots of cotton fields, but still wasn't strong enough to avoid falling into the hands of anger. At 6, I watched my sister be beaten by anger, by rage, by the hands of a mother whose heart broke as hard as the end of a broomstick, whose infuriation turned the melanin from my sister's skin blue, like mine bruised. At 8 and at 10, and my hate didn't really stop until about the age of 22. I heard my sister scream as loud as her broken would allow her. My father gone, left my mother with 2 babies to raise unstable, pulled on her heartstrings as hard as he worked to charm her when he came home. My mother always allowed him home. Love always felt like home, broken and unstable, but forgiving and dependable, like the best and the worst of both worlds, but you just couldn't have one without the other. And I always thought I could bring food to the table, but I never really learned how to cook. Never really learned how not to burn the food on the outside before it was done, like chicken when it's fried. And the outside looks so good, but the inside is still bleeding and raw and cold and poison. My mother is still hurt, my father is still gone, my nana dead, my sister bruised, and I'm still poisoned. Still beating on abandonment like it owed me something, like walking out isn't forever. Even when they choose to come back and I choose to let them in, still blaming my mother for my anger. Still picture my father forehead split when infidelity crept up on his bed. My mother still denies I cried for help, for comfort. Still holds my hands with the same palms that she slapped me with, the same fist that kissed my skin and turned it inside out, broken, but I still love her. I still forgive her. I'm still asking for forgiveness. You know, they say the apple don't fall too far from the tree. And that be the same tree that feeds my relationships, the same apple that turned Eve into a sinner. Defiance still lays blankets on the beds that I sleep in. Anger still has its way of tying its noose around my neck, and I'm still choking, still struggling to breathe, still hoping, still in need of comfort, still helpless and alone, still angel with no wings, still just her kid, still masochist, still weapon. Still love, still love, still love, still home. When you realize your peace is a lot lighter to carry than the weight of pride, it'll be easier to let go. When your soul holds your mind to the top of its highest standards, then your heart will follow. Be brave. Be curious enough to yearn for another answer. Be calm so that you are able to hear and listen real close. Don't blow it. Allow your confidence to exude your worth as you acknowledge its importance. Don't choke. Life has a way of forcing your hands to swallow it, but keep them raised. Keep them in surrender, because this pain too shall pass. This rain too shall pass. Look for God to reveal its rainbow so that you are assured your colors are safe. Replace perception with your voice so that you never lose your faith. Believe in you, because nobody can take that away but you. Stay true to the blood that charges passion through your veins and be still, if only for a moment. So you're able to feel the energy within it, love. Like hate doesn't speak maliciously on your tongue. Don't let it taste like salt. Don't let it abuse your power. Your voice is power. Don't let it fool you into thinking that you are privileged without it, that you are better off being silent, like words can't fight it, like your words aren't worth breaking the chains that brought us here, like your words can't heal the wounds that have been licked by the whips of their staff. Don't let it hurt more than you were able to feel. Don't be numb, like the urge to become victim. Don't succumb to this pain. Let it use you. Let it pour from the brittle in your bones so that it becomes the strength in your vertebrae. Stand tall and be firm so society can't learn to break you. down. Hold on to your crown and be fluid in your walk so that the sound of freedom is persistent every time your soles hit the ground. March until the calluses on your feet bleed for once was then and still now. Grieve while you can and for as long as you need to, because everyone loses a little bit of themselves, but don't let it become something you're used to. It helps to scream louder than the voices in your head, but don't let them fall dead. Be vibrant. Be kind, be a little less of them and more of you. Be fierce, be smooth, be as cool as you used to, as youthful as the optimism in your reflections when you used to be. Less hurt, less pain, when your gain of strength is more insistent than your thoughts are negative. Be vain, be less cocky and a little more humble. Be humble. Receive blessings as if they are a rarity and as if you wouldn't have made it without one. Be free, freedom. Be free. Don't sit in this cavity of darkness. Be light. Shine brighter so that your days are a bit longer than your nights, and cry even if you are afraid to. Let your tears wash away the fears of putting yourself first. Remember that it is your turn. Remember that you've earned your right to fight back. So right to fight that urge to close your fist and open your palms. Push a pen through your fingertips and preach the word as if church was in the center of your living room. Your tongue is an instrument of justice, so be sure to sing melodically and in unison with your heartstrings. Play tunes of revolution and give hope where the deprivation of allegiance is potent. And be consistent. Just promise to remain impatient so that your desire to change and your unwillingness to remain complacent in this world is always present.
The black sheep. After a funeral, someone said to me, "You know, I only see you at funerals. It's been 3 since June, been 5 since June for me." He said, "I've made a vow. I only go to death parties if I know someone before they were sick." Why? Cause I feel so sad because I never knew their life. And now I only know their death. And because we are members of the black sheep family. We are sheep with no shepherd. We are sheep with no straight and narrow. We are sheep with no meadow. We are sheep who take the dangerous pathway through the mountain range to get to the other side of our soul. We are the black sheep of the family, called black sheep folk. We always speak our mind, appreciate differences in culture, believe in sexual preferences, believe in no racism, no sexism, no religionism, and we'll fight for what we believe, but usually we're pagans. There's always one in every family. Even when we're surrounded by bodies, we're always alone. You're born alone, and you die alone. Written by a black sheep. You can't take it with you. Written by a former black sheep. Black sheep folk look different from their family. The way they look at the world, we're a quirk of nature, we're a quirk of fate. Usually our family, our city, our country never understands us. We knew this from when we were very young, that we were not meant to be understood. That's right, that's our job. Usually not appreciated until the next generation. That's our life, that's our story. Usually we're outcast, outsiders in our own family. Don't worry, get used to it. My sister says I don't understand you, but I have hundreds of sisters with me tonight. My brother says I don't want you, but I have hundreds of brothers with me here tonight. My mother says I don't know how to love someone like you. You're so different from the rest, but I have hundreds of mothers with me here tonight. My father says I don't know how to hold you, but I have hundreds of daddies with me here tonight. We're related to people we love who can't say, I love you, black sheep daughter. I love you, black sheep son. I love you, outcast. I love you, outsider. But tonight, we love each other. That's why we're here. To be around others like ourselves, so it doesn't hurt quite so much. In our world, our temple of difference, I am at my loneliness when I have something to celebrate and try to share it with those I love, but who don't love me back. There's always silence at the end of the phone. There's always silence at the end of the phone. Sister, congratulate me. No, I can't, you're too loud. Grandma, love me. No, I don't know how to love someone like you. Sometimes the black sheep is a soothsayer, a psychic, a magician of sorts. Black sheep see the invisible. We know each other's thoughts. We feel fear and hatred. Sometimes some sheep are chosen to be sick, to finally have average, flat, boring people say, I love you. Sometimes black sheep are chosen to be sick so families can finally come together and say, I love you. Sometimes some black sheep are chosen to die so loved ones, families, countries, and cultures can finally say, your life was worth living. Your life meant something to me. I loved you all along. Black sheep's destinies are not in necessarily having families, having prescribed existences like the American dream. Black sheep destinies are to give meaning in life, to be angels, to be conscience, to be nightmares, to be actors in dreams. Black sheep can be family to strangers. We can love each other like mother, father, sister, brother, child. We understand universal love. We understand unconditional love. We feel a unique responsibility, a human responsibility for feelings for others. We can be all things to all people. We are there at 3:30 a.m. when you call. We are here tonight because I just can't go to sleep. I have nowhere else to go. I am a creature of the night. I travel in your dreams. I feel your nightmares. We are your holding hand. We are your pillow, your receiver, your cuddly toy. I feel your pain. I wish I could relieve you of your suffering. I wish I could relieve you of your pain. I wish I could relieve you of your death. Silence at the end of the phone. Silence at the end of the phone. Silence at the end of the phone. The Black Sheep was a public poem by Karen Finley, cast in bronze and mounted on First Avenue between First Street and Houston. The poem was set in concrete monolith on location for 1 month and comprised of 9 stanzas about living apart from mainstream society.
Eu me perco em você e você em mim.
あなたは私。私はあなた。
Aku orang ngerti
あなたが私
yen
な
to
のか。
kowe kui
私が
E você em
あな
mim.
たなのか。
utawa
私にはわからない。
nazobungana kati nayo
E você em mim.
Henry Tereville
And I am you.
ozanga
Eu me
あなた。
perco
I
em
have been
você
come lost in
nazayo
you. あなたが私なのか。
Nanto
私があなたのか。
nazobungana
I have
kati
become
nayo
lost in you.
ozanga
And you in me.
nazayo
Yena
あなたは私。I do not know if you are me or I am you.
Elami on
あなたが
nkanoyiwe
私なのか。
Adana
私があなたの come lost in you.
ndobubulo wame
わからない。You are me and I am you.
Elami
Hi, my name is Kevin McClellan. I am HIV positive, and I'll be reading from my book Tributary, published by Barrow Street. Tributary. The fire. It is a matter of time. I belong to the knives, and I must have already. My body will need to surrender, like spills around the conifers, when a lasting visitor mirrors slowness, and up until now darts across my red sky. How to Survive a Plague, an excerpt. Groundwater gushes the sidewalk, funnels into the avenue. No, in reverse from here, blood follows the puckered sidewalk, licks up contaminants, enters a recumbent body. An eye surfaces as if from out of silhouette, out of desire, out of sleep, out of routine, out of doubt, out of the ground. Out, he says, light, 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 into light. Form, always one less breath. Repeatedly, I don't know what will happen next. Repeatedly, I'm confused by words, thousands of words that all mean form. Antonyms for form. To exacerbate or to distract. To delineate or to distract. As is, and so on and so forth. The skeletal quality of sideways October light elicits a rather be forgotten memory. A truth, my palms flush against the planes of my pelvis. Without resistance, surrender cannot be surrender. Infinity, or rather forever, is relentless and unrelenting. I can't escape this nomenclature. Bone, dry light defining the unmade bed. To accept needs darkness which is not the same as forever. We need to be careful what we ask for. Are you certain that you're okay? Empathy isn't considered a proper noun in all instances. I must remember to capitalize you. My body is a trench, to fall in, to climb out of, morning light on my body.
Tomorrow, the rubble. It was a brothel with tiles that turned to diamonds when viewed from the stairs. The rafters held a weathered swagger. The arches revealed a bathhouse drained of its shimmer. Some suggested a shopping center. The school board wanted it raised. Voters passed a millage. The mayor deemed it a hazard. Council members provided cranes. The chains clanged, gunmetal against gauze. A decade since AIDS fused the doors. Bolt cutters, the building's only sound in years. Tomorrow, the rubble. Tonight, the wiring of tombs. We brought dynamites to a plague, bound the railing and caps, past bundles of pylons, clustered as shrines to men long diseased. We lined the explosives from basement to attic, hard hats privy to eye beams. The foreman murmured something about asbestos, the softness in his voice untethered of its frame. One of the crew members prayed, "You'd think the girders were saints." The detonator glimmered, the brothel purged. Shrapnel, its least concern. Outside the atrium. The night my brother was arrested for egging a fraternity, our parents said he needed structure. They put him to work in a steakhouse soon after. That evening, I heard Kurt Sloan talk about Jeffrey Dahmer. Milwaukee, a 5-hour drive. Chicago and Six Flags, separating me from a cannibal in a candy plant. Sloan won the skater's limbo at a 2-foot height. His prize calzone, toasted and free. Dahmer's transients were men painted with a tarnished brush. This word said of the rink's DJ, his record room surrounded by carpet of umber and iced tea. Rumor spread, his time in a jail's wing of thieves opposite the sex workers' ward. The cocksuckers who copulated in libraries as 8th grade lore stated, the kinds of transients in Dahmer's conceit. Sloan was a homophobe on the horizon. His talk like the intervention my parents held where gay guaranteed AIDS, where a relative bearing my brother's name worked in toy management at the dawn of the Cabbage Patch craze, who died immune deplete. The packages those dolls came in, a hybrid of pod and salon. Yarn pompadours when I think of my third cousin. Outside the atrium, a rent boy wears the same shirt 5 days straight, its color the moon of a late night talk show, the difference between transients and a parking lot. I wonder what he compromises for the crumb of a calzone, the way circumstance trepanates a life. Certain men, marked by the Judas of their denim, the Halley's comet of them orbiting, then gone.
Hi, I'm Heather Nelson. I'm here to share some poems for World AIDS Day. I was lucky enough to be at the event in Boston last year in person, but now we all have to be virtual, so I'd like to participate by sharing a few poems. They are on the theme of healing, but in my case it's somewhat struggling with and accepting the aging process, which isn't so bad, all things considered, so there's a little humor there as well. And thank you for giving me the time to read and share with everybody. So here we go. First poem is called Resilience. Resilience. On the slim wooden shaft of the women's room key is a query in black Sharpie. Do you identify as female? Literal me, I take all questions seriously. I examine the evidence. The swelling prow of my chest, as I thread my way between coffee shop tables, certainly broadcasts a woman's body. As I resume my scone, I look out across the tables at all the other solitudes. Is what they see female? I'm not looking at myself most of the time. I'm not shopping. I'm not dieting. I'm not waxing. I'm not waiting to be asked. I'm feeding my hunger. I live in this soft and solid house. We're incorporated, this body and I. I'm 49 and full of questions and desire. As we age, does sex fade or intensify? If my gender's fluid, could it overflow and lap at the feet of the beautiful barista boys? That would be hot, but it wouldn't be pretty. Everyone likes to look, but do I really want to be touched? Midlife is a second childhood, equally turbulent, but less endearing. If we're flirting, it's with ourselves, stretching in front of the mirror. Resilience means opening a mental door, keeping it ajar. Next poem is called At Manuel Antonio Park on My 50th Birthday. At 9 in the morning, I'm already hot. As I start down the monkey trail where the paths divide, I see a cactus. I want to test the pain, so I touch it, pressing the pad of my index finger against the point until it almost hurts. I remind myself that I'm alone because I asked to be. The cicadas are my company. They never stop talking. Their sound hovers over my head, brushes my shoulder, rattles me. On the bamboo bridge, I look up, noticing the clacking dark green fronds of palm. Idly, the wind rustles. I wait, together with my nagging fear of erasure, until I can move again. Next poem is called 50 on the Floodplain. That's not me, you see, on a hot July morning, on what should be a work day, walking across the BU Bridge. 5 years ago, there was soccer duty, looking for a rabbit with my boy, living in a book everyone could understand. Today, my purpose is undecipherable, but clearly I'm here, corporeal and blousy as the lilies, that visible. This is not my river anymore, only traffic. Lights green, red, then flat water. I'm scrambling for higher ground. It's crowded up here. We're all naked, except for our life vests. What's left? Only what we can carry toward the shifting horizon. Turning 51. Alone again, by my own design. No one asks where I'm headed or what day it is to me. It's a February morning on Inman Street. Iced and salted, bramble-edged, cast in pewter. Last year's birthday was festive and fraught, a Costa Rican reckoning. This year, I picture the days ahead as empty morning blocks. I took the day off to walk alone, the long way home, to imagine the questions no one knows to ask me. What's in the hand behind my back? What do I keep warm deep in my coat? I'm always being followed on these walks, but won't look to see what's behind me. I walk slowly, knowing it's my hunger, well aware of its company. And finally, 52 and a half. I am charged this August of my life not to bypass the crow because he's not the raven. I note where he chooses to land, in the moist dark mud of the shaded riverbed. Chipmunks scramble its chocolate brown borders, and the robins, more than once, flit across my path to remind me that one red leaf is prominent among the green masses of vine. The red-winged blackbird won't show himself, but the crow calls over his shoulder. It may be dull, it may be somber, but it's your job to be as sober and attentive as you were at 51, in the suburbs as well as the jungle, to mark the seasons, slow and close, their color and their movement. Thank you.
think that's yours over there, Michael?
Like it.
Why don't you go sit on it, see if it fits you? Oh, what is there? Oh, you like it, kid. How's that, Michael? It's a pretty fancy bicycle, Michael. Hey, you know what? Wait, hey, Michael. I almost get slaying next to the bicycle.
You go over there and help her, Mike. A checkerboard!
Wow.
That's not a checkerboard. Hi, Dad. Oh, I know what that is. You know what it is? Oh, I know, can I pull? Yeah. Don't do it yet.
That's a great body, man, you know?
What else? It's a kid. Oh, I got puppy.
Let me see. Oh, wow.
Well, open it real high.
Oh, that's a ball, Michael. You like that?
I mean, I can buy those, big Beauty and the Beast slippers for nothing.
Hey, Michael. How do you like that bicycle?
I like it. But should I ride around the house all the way to the bottom? Or do I start from the bottom, from the top of the lace? Do I start in the shoe or out?
Yeah.
So I put it in the
Well, wait. I'll call her in a minute, compliment.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe Michael.
Is that what you wanted? Yeah. Oh, Paco. He's waiting for you. Where's the bunny? Where'd you put the bunny?
You lost it, man?
Shut the hedgehog too.
Sorry, the hedgehog too, huh? Hey, Michael. How do you like that bicycle?
I like it. Here's bunny. Here's your come on. Now open up the rest of the I'm gonna go play some with the hedgehog too.
What do you help your sister out?
Why? Yeah, that's your shirt. Yeah. Oh, that one. I got the blue one. I got the pink one.
Well, you guys are lucky. Hey, Michael. How do you like that bicycle?
I got a big one.
Pretty fancy bicycle, Michael.
Michael, you know, you like that book, man? Now you got more gifts to see it. Is it John? Yeah. Will you put this up for me too? Like you want me to just...
Yeah, I will in a minute. I just want to see Matt. I want the rest of her gift.
I can't find the big one. No, that's not poison. Turn it around. It's a poison. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
This is a boy thing she wants to know. She knew how to skate.
Well, he just has to use it.
Why don't you take them off? This is not the place for you.
Yeah, but look at this. What is it?
The boy thing.
Wow, look at what I got for you. Look what you got. Makeup set. And you got makeup. Put it back. You wearing too much.
We're back to the thing, Michael. Sure, it's not good. Listen, Michael. Just let her do her stuff. You do your stuff, right? Hey, Michael. How do you like that bicycle?
I like it. I like little one. It's like you can't carry it. Carry it.
Hey, Michael.
Michael, get those off. You can go outside now.
Why don't we sit down and take a walk where you break your leg?
I'm just helping her. You can go. It's funny, isn't it? Why did you go? I'm gonna go put something up.
See, that would happen. Put some kickstand up, man. Use your foot. Your foot, Michael, use your foot. Michael. Use your foot. No. Michael, no. Hey, no, what you got here?
Party baby.
Party baby. Holy mackerel.
Magic party baby.
Pretty fancy bicycle, Michael. Put the kickstand. You know what? I can see that milk in the...
Watch out.
Right here in the salt, right in a second. Michael, can you make that? Pick up Santa Claus and snack and this drink and bring it out in the kitchen.
Oh, Daddy forgot. Maybe it was something.
Okay, I'll look at this. What do you do now?
Hi, Mom. Yeah, I made it home all right. Yeah, no, it was nice. It was nice. Yeah, I thought so. I know. I know. I'll try to come home sometime this week, okay? I know. Mom, please don't cry, Mom. I'll come home sometime this week, okay? Please just get some sleep, okay? Love you too. Bye. Gwen, it's open. What's up, man? What's up? Hey, bud. Your seat. Thanks. How are you doing, man? Good. Been better. You getting any sleep? I thought it was really cool that Andrew came and everything, and yeah, that was nice of him. I can't imagine what you're going through, man. Losing a brother. Yeah, well, that's life, right? Yeah, it's not fair. I know. Have you gone in there? Dennis wanted to, share his condolences with you and your family. It's nice of him. Tell him I said thank you. I will. Oh, how are you guys doing on the G&D thing? Good. We're pretty much done. We just got to finish up the logo, and that'll be pretty much all we have to do. In fact, that reminds me, I think the last of it's on your hard drive. Oh. Yeah, it is. I can go get that for you right now if you want me to. Don't sweat it now. Just at some point. I'm not gonna work on it anytime soon. So. Are you sure? It's not a big deal, dude. It's all right. It's around here somewhere, so I'll find it like this week sometime. All right. Okay. Yeah. I gotta go, but I just wanted to say what's up and make sure you're doing okay and stuff. So. Appreciate it, man. All right, man. See you, man. Good talk. Yeah. Oh, hey, hit the lights on the way out if you can.
Okay.
What's up, Jake? Oh, sorry, dude. I spaced on that, man. Sorry. No, I'll go look for that here in a second, man. Yeah, no, I'll call you back if you find it, okay? Alright, sorry, dude. Later.
Okay. I wrote this song for your birthday because I know you're this big, hip, computer savvy guy now, unlike me, obviously. I can't figure out how to get this dang camera thing going. But basically I wrote this song because I don't want you to forget your roots. And if you don't like the song, fuck you. Anyway, here goes nothing. Hopefully you like it. Remember when we would sit around, watch the sky and count the clouds? I remember it was just you and I. Remember when we played with the tennis ball and I hit you straight in the balls? I remember just how much you cried. But we'll always be young together in my eyes. And we'll always be young together, you and I. And we'll always be young together till the day we die. Happy birthday.
From the gifts by David Frank Austin. Most of my friends and all of my past lovers wait for news of one kind or another. Waking in separate rooms, our breath warms laceworks of frost. One died 4 days before our own, nearly weightless. I think of metaphors. Windows, marking time, the torn pockets of winter coats and what falls through lost for good. Tomorrow, you leave me for the merciful country where I imagine no one dies. I don't know who we meant to be in different lives. Though once the ground beneath us seemed like a window we learned to fall Now we move through these rooms, slowly. We sit by windows and rest the reverberate light outside, wishing prayer were more than a collection of beautiful words. I am poured out like water. Once in a graveyard north of Pittsburgh, we stood before a cinder block chapel with smoked glass doors and Jesus fixed to the outside wall. Mary looked up from his terrible feet, and it wasn't pity on her face. I want to tell you I'm dying. I don't know who will be when you return, or if in January we'll hold together the bones of need. Last winter, you carried me north on 7th Avenue, my arms around your shoulders and my legs around your waist, the two of us drunk enough to wake in a movie house where the gorgeous swept on screen and the desperate between reels. And none can keep alive his own soul. Out of grief comes rage, as years ago I watched my father's house burn. The power lines around my father's house burned and flames shot through with blue electric sustenance. I stood on the lawn and waited for the danger to pass. That danger never once came close enough until now. This morning, after waking enough for the world, I walked the markets of Hell's Kitchen, gathering our dinner. Home again, and short of breath, I climb the stairs, and I reach for the door as though for grace. The stock boils now a landscape of fervent air. The sliced flesh of vegetables goes into the pot, and we wait. Once more the bare December trees beneath this window bend, their living branches greet one another and bend. Tonight we'll bow our heads over steaming bowls of late abundance. We'll whisper our separate graces for the living and the dead. Blessed the gifts we receive.
And no song ever sing. When the twilight comes, you come into my heart, and in my heart you stay. While I wait. My praise at the end of the day, in a dream that's divine, my praise is better in you. With the world away, and your lips comes to mine.
Fall's 1990. I know. I want to tell you, I know. I want to tell you your eyes are too big for your body. I want to tell you that your grandmother's quilt is in a plastic bag in my closet. I want to tell you that during the 90s, the kids got careless. I want to tell you that it's cured and I can't. I want to tell you so many things. I want. The long, slow draw of my finger across your closed eyelids. I caught myself with my tongue, I said. I said, I like it days, weeks, decades after we'd been together. The taste, the smell, he lingers in my mouth and on my hands. I like that.
Hi, my name is Madeline Garner. I'm the author of the book Hum of Our Blood, which is a story of the AIDS pandemic in its early years and the death of my son at age 34 in Los Angeles. His first symptom: taste of dime on the tongue. More signs come. Green-tinged clouds lining the horizon, a brisk wind, finger-spelling rain on a cheek. In the elms, crows as Greek chorus begin their lament. If there is pain, it is a gust snapping the corners of curtains before billowing outward. A door blown shut. Sometimes it is blood at morning, which is foreboding, which is fear as flesh pockets grow heavy with expectation, stone and stone, trees with skeletal fingers, a rumbling overhead. The years between. He hears the virus multiplying, weevils skittering along arteries, burrowing in cells the flower of skin, knows that some of his friends, invaded by mandibles, pack their throats with dirt, coin their eyes. Others slip away almost easily. Fingers light on the rope of capsized lifeboats, but every day he blends exotic botanicals into fluorescent shakes, transforms the enema into ritual, tries ice, fire, bleach, stands dizzy with fever in the long line at the free clinic for a biochemical fix, consumed by hope that this time his numbered syringe will be the singular needle in the haystack. What the body knows. All night he waits for family and the drawing back of the blackout curtains to fill him with sunlight and hope. Daily we bear a copper bowl brimful with hot water, finest triple milled soap, sponge, and a thick white towel. Hands heavy with oils, we massage his back in a rhythm constant as tides, count the abacus beads of his spine, and circle the calves with wobbly O's, pull his perfect toes until his breath matches the hushed exhalation of eucalyptus leaves outside. Then we lay our hands on his body, such a small boat, clasping it firmly to the shore of the living. And finally, after his final days, spring lament. The garden is sullen, its green resurrection matted down under bark shards and branches and maple leaves dry as snakeskin. The pear tree's buds are tight sailor's knots. Even the tulips, stunned by yesterday's cold winds, refuse to liberate their blades from the raw ground. The farmer's almanac insists that spring will arrive with its sprays of forsythia to be cut and arranged into yellow metaphor. But the only flowers on my table are plastic. Earth, are you conspiring against me? My womb, old empty pot, cannot replace what it has lost, but I am ready to nurture seedlings, tack clematis trellis, chase off aphid and beetles, if only you will tilt.
from Vivaldi's Gloria, Domine Deus.
Hello, my name is Philip Robinson. The poem I'm going to read is entitled We Still Leave a Legacy, dedicated to all those who've gone on before us, to let them know we've never forgotten them. There's a place for us, somewhere a place for us. Each depth chisels away at my life. No other impact has entered as strongly. Now, no cries can go unheard. There is a newer purpose to these days. The aftermath tends to linger longer this time, allowing lives to be reassessed. We have become more in touch with our own mortality. Revelations are meaningful timetables to this discovery. Those who die in silence often experience more pain. To bury one's dreams is to let go of life. Our larger mission is to complete tasks that have been left incomplete. Our greatest weapon against fear will be the collective intelligence and love willed to us through our higher power. When the deepens of emotions have been put in check, we will have acquired the sense of touching and caring for ourselves, sources of true deliverance. The enforced censorship of our private affairs will never censor my love, our love, the movement. There are beams of hope and faith directing us, keeping our search infinite. This is one battle we will win. We have been handed the torch. Our march is for us. It is for them. It is forever. Thank you so much.
Wait, is this a police? Oh, I was like, there's that show with Knox. Oh my god. Oh, I was like, that does 20%.
It's not for everybody. There are some things out there. Well, yeah. Well, luckily it was nothing bad.
No, no, he knows. I'm like, it's okay. Yeah, the acoustics are
Yeah, when I
They have one out. I'm going to no broken tail rescue. It's based out of Portugal, but they're trying to evacuate like yeah, back in 2014, they had a crazy ordinance. Like they're trying, they're still every now and then having to treat them just to make sure that well, also it's like you gotta understand it's very complicated.
yeah, just in your full
Aren't we all?
Alright, take your approach. Josh, do something else. Thank you. This is not the bell sound, this is me handing the bells to Donnie. Please go out. Alright, now Donna has the bells. Up.
Hi, everyone. Sheila and I welcome you to our little session here. Hello, Michael, to your family and friends and everyone listening. Thank you for joining us. I want to talk about the Warsaw Ghetto. I want to read a poem about the Warsaw Ghetto, and then I'll recite the Kaddish, the Jewish prayer of mourning. But before I do that, I want to draw a connection between the experience of living in the Warsaw Ghetto and the experience of living with AIDS. Today is December 1st, World AIDS Day. You know that the Warsaw Ghetto was an area in Warsaw during World War II. It was roughly a square mile, a residential area that was walled off. And the idea was that Jews were taken there and forced to live there in different apartments in the apartment buildings that made up the ghetto area. And they stayed there until they were taken out and shipped off to concentration camps. Now, if you go to Warsaw today, you'll see what is actually a pretty modern city. A lot of it would resemble, say, the waterfront area in Boston waterfront, or any of the new built-up areas of Boston near the North End. And that's because at the end of World War II, as the Germans were retreating, as they left Warsaw, they destroyed the city. 95% of it was leveled. And so what you see today looks like a new city because it is a new city. Within the ghetto area itself, there are a few buildings that remain. Of the large apartment buildings that were there, there's only one that remains. And I want to show you a picture of it. I'll share the screen here. Okay, what you see here is an old relic that is surrounded by modern buildings. If you were to take a step back, you'd see that it looks very out of place. And this is the kind of building where Jews lived in the Warsaw Ghetto. Let me show you a close-up of that building. So I'll take the screen back for a second. And now I'll share it again with a closer shot of that same building. No, that's the same one. Sorry, let me try that again. Hang on. We'll get it. Yeah, here it is. So that's a close-up of the same building. You see lots of boarded up areas, broken windows. And you can imagine that when people were brought to live here in 1941 and 1942, it probably didn't look like this. The windows probably weren't broken, it wasn't boarded up. It might have looked a little nicer than this. This is a pretty formidable looking structure. But I would submit to you that in the hearts of the people that were forced to live here, in their hearts, it did look like this. This is what home looked like to them. And I think for anybody who is in difficult straits, who is up against the wall in some way, who's in a jam, for example, somebody living with AIDS, this is what life looks like. This is what the world looks like. It's what home looks like. May not look this way to outsiders, but I suggest to you that this is what it looks like when you are at the end of things, you're running out of choices. And I think, indeed, this is what it looked like to the residents of the Warsaw Ghetto, even at that time. So let's come back. So the poem I want to read is a poem written by someone who lived in the Warsaw Ghetto, a Jew named Władysław Szlengel, who lived and died in the Warsaw Ghetto. He wrote this poem in Polish, but I'll bring it up in English translation. And the poem is, it hinges on the idea that in the ghetto, in buildings like the one we just saw, 2 or 3, sometimes 4 families would be forced to live in a single apartment. And what they would do is they write the names of all the residents of the apartment on a little piece of paper and tape it to the doorbell. And it would say how many times you should ring the doorbell, depending on which person you were there to see, which family you were there to see. The poem is, as you'll see, is really about life and death, but it kind of hinges as its central idea on this notion of these little pieces of paper that people would tape up next to their doorbells. So let me bring up the poem now so you can read along with me. Here we are. The poem is Doorbells by Władysław Szlengel. A piece of paper was hanging on the door. It could be read only from up close. The bell works, please ring, and 3 names. For Mrs. L, 1 time. For Mr. K, 2 times. For the doctor, 3 times. The piece of paper, please ring, still hangs on the door, but the door is open. There are no doorknobs, torn out when they found them locked. The doors are wide open. On the door, the piece of paper with the names and please ring, for Mrs. L 1 time, for Mr. K 2 times, for the doctor 3 times. New inhabitants came and cleaned it up, put in new doorknobs. Didn't take the piece of paper from the door. They forgot. Dusk will come, the gray time of day. Evening is closer and closer. Darkness grows from the corners, chasing something from the rooms. I know. Let them ring the bell 1 or 2 or 3 times. Shadows move on the walls, phantoms or vapors. It's for me, it's for me. Smothered whispers float in the air, dry and dead lips. 1 time, oh, that's for me. Maybe my son is coming to see me. Now again, twice. Oh, these are the neighbors coming to me. In a hallway without lights, phantom lodgers. Now they ring 3 times. Oh, it's for me, a sick person. A silent tugging at the doorknob next to the wall, a sigh and distress that the hand is helpless, that it isn't easy for ghosts to turn on the light in the hallway, to open the door, to welcome. Oh, it's you, what's new? The doorbell rings, you go. You always stumble against something. You open the door, no one. It's for them. Because on the door, the paper is still there. Ring for Mrs. L once, for Mr. K twice, for the doctor 3 times. Władysław Schlengel wrote this poem in Polish, and out of respect to him, I want to read at least part of it in Polish. And that's these lines you see down here. These correspond to the last, let's see, 8 lines in the English, where it starts, you open the door. So from there down to the end. So you can follow along in the English as I read the Polish. Otwierasz drzwi, nikogo. To do nich, bo na drzwiach wciąż karka dzwonić. Do pani L raz, do pana K 2, a do doktora 3 razy. I want to recite the Kaddish now. It's the Jewish prayer of mourning. I'll bring it up on the screen. You say a couple of words about it first. So this prayer of mourning doesn't mention death. All it really talks about is peace, and not just peace for Jews or peace for Israel, but peace for everyone. And what greater theme could there be in a prayer that you are reciting in memory of someone? So let's share the screen and have a look at this. Here we are. So you see the English translation on the top. In the middle is the Hebrew. It's actually Aramaic. And then there's a transliteration down at the bottom. So I'll read it. I'll read the Aramaic. You can follow along. You can recite it along with me in the Aramaic. Even if you don't know it, you can read the transliteration. Or you can read the English on the top. I'm reciting this for everyone who died in the Warsaw Ghetto, for everyone who has died of AIDS. Please recite it for anyone for whom you think it's appropriate. They don't have to be Jewish, it doesn't matter. Yitgadal v'yitgadash shmei Rabbah. B'alma divra kirute b'amlich malchute. B'chayechon uvyomechon uvchaye d'chal beit Yisrael ba'agala uvizman kariv b'imru amen. Yehi shmei Rabbah muvarach li'olam olamei amaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitbar v'yitramam v'yitnaseh. V'yithadar v'yitale v'yitalal shmei dekudisha brichu. La'ela min kol birchata v'shirata tushbechata v'nechamata damiron b'alma v'yamru amen. Yehi shlama rabba min shemaya v'chaim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'yamru amen. Oseh shalom b'mramav Hu ya'aseh shalom aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. Thank you for listening. And I hope you have a good day. Good night.
Hi, I'm Catherine Strizik. I'm in Taos, New Mexico, and I have a poem I wrote back in the spring, and it was recently published in Pasatiempo magazine, part of the Santa Fe New Mexican, for a curated series by Santa Fe Poet Laureate Elizabeth Jacobson, Poetry in the Pandemic. Brine, St. Patrick's Day. You carry me smoke, cedar, rising between our pressed bodies from an abalone shell placed between our feet on the tile floor after we decide or admit we love each other. After I place the rusted-roofed birdhouse between high branches on the only blue spruce that does not block my view to the west. Because I bought a jagged handsaw last autumn, sawed the lowest branches months before, your hands boned and skinned me, driving up possibly an angelic tongue, though I heard no choir, though I'd seen the images as people sang from balconies in Italy as far as I can tell, for the world to hear its spirited, templed self. I don't want to say we are not affected. We stand naked in my galley, between a metal sink and Blue Star Range, where we toasted the cedar before eating corned beef and brined cabbage, before red potatoes, organic carrots, before a grainy mustard, a meal I'd never before thought to make, but the virus causes me to act unrecognizable. My held breath and weep when left alone in any room in my home. The birdhouse was not tilted in the spruce, the wind having tipped it at a bladed angle that none dared to enter. My face moments before cleaned by a honeyed soap. Now you make a frame with your hands for my face. I recall nothing ever felt like this, the 6-foot horizontal and vertical ritual of cedar, our brokenness that makes us not move our eyes and facial features from faith or all God's secret splendor. Your imagination of me tells me so. Thank you. Have a good day.
I am going to read a poem by Mary Oliver, The Journey. I believe it during these pandemic times, it really speaks to me, and I hope it speaks to you. One day you finally knew what you had to do and began, though the voices around you kept shouting their bad advice, though the whole house began to tremble and you felt the old tug at your ankles. Mend my life, each voice cried, but you didn't stop. You knew what you had to do, though the wind pried with its stiff fingers at the very foundations, though their melancholy was terrible. It was already late enough and a wild night, and the road full of fallen branches and stones, but little by little, as you left their voices behind, the stars began to burn through the sheets of clouds, and there was a new voice which you slowly recognized as your own, that kept you company as you strode deeper and deeper into the world, determined to do the only thing you could do, determined to save the only life you could save.
And we're going to celebrate Mara's 3rd birthday today, even though her birthday is actually Tuesday, the 27th. Okay, guys, smile. Okay, now next we'll see you in church.
Out of respect for the religious ceremony this afternoon, we ask that once the Mass begins, that no photographs be taken in church. So immediately we're left with an ethical conundrum because he didn't say anything about camcorders. Which is surprising, because this was the heyday of America's Funniest Home Videos. And if that show taught us anything, it's that you didn't never know what was going to happen in church or anyplace else. Hey Michael, whatever you do, just don't move your arms around too much, okay? When my parents were first starting around for schools, they one day wound up sitting at the info session in the kindergarten classroom. And it was being led by Sister Priscilla. And my parents wound up just kind of sitting there, very still, eyes a little wide, looking straight on, as Sister Priscilla addressed the room. "Look," she said, "I'm only going to tell you this once. Arms!" I run a tight ship. Hail Mary, chop, chop, chop. You might have heard me say that before. It's a contemporary spoken word / movement piece, but it's also a concept. It's a container of ideas. It's like a cubby hole where I'm able to unpack all of the baggage I discover I have about the Catholic Church, and I just sort of shove it in there. I've performed it many times over the past couple years. It changes with every iteration. It sometimes dances around to the ever-loving point. Actually, the initial idea was really quite simple, that regardless of how you wind up thinking and feeling about it, among the many things it will attempt to instill in you, a Catholic upbringing will instill in you its own particular sense of rhythm. Leaves it in your brain, leaves it in your mouth. Some days I would just sit down and cross my legs and close my eyes, right in the middle of the parking lot where we had recess. And if anybody asked me what I was doing, I would tell them, I'm meditating. If you ever forgot your lunch, you got sent down to Sister Priscilla's office, and that meant you were in trouble, but it also meant that you got a cup of water and some peanut butter crackers. And one day, right around this time, I did forget my lunch, and I did not want to get in trouble, so I told Mrs. Dunham that I was spiritually fasting. All right, you kids, if I told you this once, I told you 1,000 times, I'm not going to tell you again. You quit your fidgeting around, you keep your heads down, you keep your back straight. If you're tall, you're in the back, if you're short, you're in the front, and if you're in the middle, then you're in the middle. And you don't move a muscle until I play. Every classroom had a telephone that dialed in directly to Sister Priscilla's office. And on that day, Mrs. Dunham picked up that phone and she said, John Winward, some teachers only call you by your baptized name, regardless of what name you want to be called by. She said, John Winward says that today he is spiritually fasting. There was a brief pause. Will you tell John Winward to get himself down here and to pick up his peanut butter crackers? of respect for the religious ceremony this afternoon, we also ask that you refrain from applauding after the children singing and dancing. There will be an opportunity to clap along with the final hymn, and we will encourage you to do so at that time. I was 13 years old when I was in the 7th grade, and I was not having a very good time. Among other problems, I had acne, one of those haircuts with the hard part right down the middle. One day, Sister Priscilla called me into her office, and she said, "Look, I know which ones are going to make in fun of you. I know that they're calling me the F word. And when Sister Priscilla used the F word. I'm only going to tell you this once. You're smarter than they are. You're better than all of this. And you have got everything it takes to win this spelling bee." And I cried to my parents in private when I only came in 2nd place in the spelling bee. But I did win a 2nd place trophy. And I did dust it daily. And I kept it immaculately clean.
Origin. I'll never forget the day I asked my mother, why wasn't I born white? The look on her face as if I slapped her with the years of oppression she's faced, she replied, Amanda, never say that again. My father, a strong, black, proud man, goes to the store, comes back with a kit to help me assimilate. As he sits me on the chair, he pulls out a jar of white cream. This was the beginning. As he applies the smelly chemical to my hair, I'm reminded of all the white girls in class asking me why my hair wasn't straight like theirs. Why is my hair so curly? As I slick back my hair only to display my waves similar to my ancestors' journey, I was embarrassed, yet this cream would allow my hair to be straight, the ability to blend in. One of only 3 black kids in my entire elementary school, being called names like porch monkey and nigger, growing up in Cape Cod, the arm on a map of a country that never embraced me in a hug. I didn't belong. Going to my grandmother's house at age 11 in South Carolina didn't help. I learned of the bigotry within my own family tree. No black blood allowed on these leaves. Portuguese bloodline was not supposed to be mixed with anything to remain pure. My genes were contaminated with black blood, so I'll never fit. Portuguese heritage was never to be taught to me. No culture, no family values, no musical roots. Why does my family reject me? But Grandma called me her brown sugar baby, obsessed with my skin tone. She embraced me because she broke the lineage chain when she made my mother with that black man. But my grandmother died before I ever got to ask her why she decided to make my life harder. I'm now in a household full of all white faces and I'm displaced. My school is predominantly black, dismissed by my own people due to my white proper voice. How do you sound white? How do you sound black? Color has no sound. If it did, what would that even sound like? Yellowbone is now my new nickname along with Oreo and Mulatto. I'm now not black enough. My hair is too straight. No coils from my fingers to wrap around. Why do they discriminate against me? Haven't we, black people, faced enough? I'm tired of disparities, light skin versus dark skin, field versus house, but they want me to be pro-black though. According to them, I'm whitewashed. Colors should only be separated in washing machines. When will this cycle end? I just want to be accepted from both races. I am enslaved in my own skin. They tell me to go back home. But my body is my home. Why would I ever want to leave? Escapism isn't a choice for this vessel. I just want to belong. Deprivation. We can't breathe. Hands up, don't shoot. Please, I have no weapon. Freeze. All I have is my voice. Chalk lines, caution tape. We hail cabs that won't stop. Too dark, too late. They don't feel safe. Go to college, obtain 2 degrees, still treated like second-class citizens. No identity, yet check the ethnicity box. Assume labels, single mothers, deadbeat dads, trans, queer. Do you even have a job? European names like Amanda and Gregory guarantees interviews. Looks of disappointment once they see you. We've been lied to. This country isn't ours. Go back home, practice patriotism, anger. My stomach aches. It bubbles like warm shaken soda. Smile. Hide your pain. Collared shirts, ironed pants, we still get slaned. Proper English, urban dictionaries, puppets, not people, we're minstrel shows. Humans detained like animals, jail cells reminiscent of animal cages. Unfair and unequal wages. We have no pride left. We feel dead inside. We just all want to live. We all just want to be. We all just want to exist. We all just want to feel free. Be, breathe, feel alive. Deprivation.
So bright, the color of your flames would be amber. Then you walked away to the sound of violin. Was I a fool to watch you face your trip without running after? I lost you as the crowd piled in. I've got them, I've got them, symphony blues, because I'm in love with you and you're diminishing all of my harmony with the sound of your counterpoint melody. I've got them symphony blues because I'm in love with you and you like listening. Outside like the sound of tigers sliding on the fresh water pavement under my feet. I feel the rumble of your train. I really do love all of the late night flights before sunrise makeups, but tonight I'd rather walk out in the rain. I've got them symphony blues because I'm in love with you and you're diminishing all of my harmony. The sound of your downward melody, I've got them symphony blues because I'm in love with you and you like this. I've got them symphony blues because I'm in love with you and you're diminishing all of my harmony with the sound of your counterpoint melody. I've got them symphony blues because I'm in love with you and you like listening. You said you burned so bright, the color of your flames would be amber. Then you walked away to the sound of violin. You ran head first into the courtyard of my safe haven. I was fast asleep and hard a crater. You rang doorbells, and when I woke up, I saw ink marks on all my walls. much to take. Why you never gave up on me, it's a mystery I can't understand. Maybe you just get into my head, or I courtyard of my safe haven. I was fast asleep and heart a crater. You rang doorbells, and when I woke up, I saw big marks on all my walls. My walls I had to fortify. Strength in the gates, 'cause letting you in was too much to take. Why you never gave up on me, it's a mystery I can't understand. Maybe you just get into my head before I can.
living with AIDS for those who concocted AIDS will come back to haunt you. To those who breathe in money and exploit the earth, the time is here. Mother Earth will release her wrath. For those who die in destruction, those who die because of hunger, those who live in constant hunger. For those who die in wars, for those who live in war, for those who are dying because of mental decay, those who die by land, by sea, in floods, earthquakes, and storms, those who spiritually die day by day, whose bones are under the sea, and whose very breath they gave for me. We remember you.
Those whose bones I wear around my neck in memory, those who've been raped, beaten, murdered, body and soul, those who lost, those motherless, fatherless, those who sold their souls for that fake pot of gold, those who are rich, yet spiritually poor, those blind, yet they see the truth, with those who wrote that truth down in the books, those that bound the blues.
We remember you. For those that lied, cheated, and stole, for those hurt and have cried islands of pain, for those who desperately seek the rain to quench parched throats, for those whose dreams constantly go up in smoke and whose hopes become mainstream jokes. We remember you.
For those who love and those who hate, for those who are brave, and those enslaved, for those whose life feels like a grave, for those in jail cells, we remember you well. For those on the front lines, those behind the scenes, for those who fight for freedom on a daily basis, we remember you. We remember you. Daybreak. Roberta woke digging, mouth full of earth, eyes caked, pressed closed. Or maybe he dreamed he was digging. How could he be sure? Having not been born yet, who could blame him for his confusion? Standing on her back to her boys ready to plunge, "I am here!" he cries. "We see you," all of the voices say, "We see you." But the screech of the shovel as it tears through her flesh shrouds their song, "Dig." He fails to turn, resolved to finish his work, eyes locked on the pit, deciding to return. Is this it? He digs. Digs into the darkness that buries all shame, digs into the earth that heals. Digs because it's simple. Digs because you can't do wrong. Dig for forgiveness, dig searching for peace, dig to forgive, dig home. In the earth's embrace, the body forgets itself. Memory surrenders, piece by piece. The feet and legs forget the icy asphalt and the shifting gravel. Hips fade with the bruises that they left. Chest lets go of the echo of a pounding heart. Shoulders release their burden, a sack of concrete, or something unseen or just as heavy. Cheeks cool, then dry, then disappear. Eyes forget their eyes and are lost. His taste on your lips, gone now, forever. Mother's blessing, oblivion, dust. Always the chief, Roberto hid something from Mother. Maybe he had them shoved in his pockets or secreted behind his back. Somehow something remained. See, his hands were remembered. He remembered his hands. Hands that load and unload, hands that write but can't show, hands that stitch, hands that sew, hands that hold crows, hands that know the shape of stones. His hands, his remembrance, his hands, his legacy, his hands that dig.
My language, Hamamaoko, I'm from Zimbabwe, Shona. Hamamaoko means your hands are your relatives. You are created with everything that you need to survive. And this is a rhythm, this is a song that my mother used to sing to me, and I'm sharing with you. We gotta stand on our own 2 feet. Gotta keep us out watching. Always pray to the Most High. Love somebody and then nobody keep you down. Love somebody and then nobody keep you down. Hands that heal, that pray, that lift, that sift, that write. Hands that sow, that plant and toil, that fight and unite. Hands that seal, that make deals, that build, that drill, that cook, that serve, that plant seeds in the earth.
Hands that bless, that give, that receive, that bring forth life, that hold faith, that sustain, that create, that hope, that protect, that open, that close, that silence, that free, that embrace, that love, that dance, that laugh, that gesture, that shield, that believe, that vote, that feed, that forgive, that carve a place in history, that share, that live, ends.
Stand on your own 2 feet, learn to give yourself what you need. Always pray to the Most High. Love somebody and let nobody keep you down. This last one I'm going to share with you is an offering to all of you to realize that we need to be stronger, that we are stronger, being here, being in this space, being together. This song I'm going to sing was written by Lavi Singh from South Africa, and it's an empowering song that I wanted to leave with you. It's called Something Inside So Strong. The higher you build your barriers, the taller I become. The further you take my heart away, the faster I will run. You can't deny me. You can't decide to turn your face away. No matter who it is, something inside so strong. I know that I can make it, 'cause you're doing me wrong, so wrong. You thought that my pride was gone, oh no. There's something inside so strong, oh, something inside so strong. The more I refuse to hear my voice, the louder I will sing. You hide behind walls of Jericho, the walls will come tumbling. Deny my space and time, you squander wealth that's mine. The light will shine so brightly it will bright. 'Cause there's something inside so strong. inside so strong. Oh, something inside so strong.
I'm Andrea Watson, and this poem is dedicated to my friend who died of AIDS. Requiem in Radiant Time. Your soul of doves flew from Chama toward heart of Antonito, over the 1911 jewelry factory. Half past 2 drug dealers marking time in front of the Palace Hotel. Nesting finally at the hilltop near your 80-pound mother. You had a good time. The time your third grade teacher kept you after study school to give you watercolors from the narrow gauge gift shop. The time you painted your stepbrother's barn Buddhist gold, adding a colors of the rainbow flag. Midnight by Mountain Central Time, when you boarded the airplane for New York City with 24 other guys, sassy rally ribbon on your right shoulder. Remember, you sewed on 11 ripe rhinestones. I kissed the time you nicked my neck with thinning shears. Pale beer was your antiseptic. I was not afraid. Today, the hospice is cold. Your bed is a coffin, white muslin lined, waiting. You do not recognize me. The illness snips at your brain like a comb and scissors set. In your strands of dreams, your mother is not gone, and you are not alone at age 7, watching for her to come back. You are sure she is dead, but you are dead. Rain on her window fades to 0.
Coscarelli, Reyes Adronisny, Billy Payburn, Will Fransheim, Dean Madeira, Fred Petrucci, Bob Duffy, John Christiansen, Joseph Foy, Robert Cronin, Patrick Guilfoyle, Paul Berliner, Leo Burns, Ron Wallace, Stephen Hatch, John Workman, Larry McNutt, Tom Kerrigan, Arnie Kinney, Richard Sanders, Kevin George, Michael Jovinko, Joseph County, Jeff Barmeyer, David Harmon, Dan Cage Jr., John Feely, Chris Fontaine, John Van Etten, Kenneth M. Leet, Tom Monroe, Jack Petone, Tom King, Stephen Nichols, Joseph Bevins, David Moran, Joseph Sennett, Eugene Dutra, Lowell McDuffie, George Harrington, Peter Maroon, Mark Leverow, Michael Stokes, Kevin Flynn, Dean Chevelney, Michael Dennis, Peter Morgan, David Moses, Jay Harris, Paul Palazzo, Chuck Kincaid, Francisco Lopez, Rick Hughes, Mark Wayne, Lucho Carrillo Molina, Peter Beckman, Peter Beveridge, Macho Jamares.
Hey! Black girl! Why are you still trying? Hey! Black girl! Why are you still trying and shit gonna change? Hey! Black girl! Hey! Black girl! Ain't shit gonna change until space for you. Hey! Black girl! Do you speak English? Hey! Black girl! You only important if you like it. Hey! Black girl! Did you come here on a boat? Hey! Black girl! You see the holes in your ears and the piercing on your face? That's a white girl thing. Hey! Black girl! When are you going back to your country? Hey! Black girl! Don't ever for a second say you were born. Hey! Black girl! You think God was so lucky even though you're gay? Hey! Black girl! Your mental health does not exist. Hey! Black girl! Are you okay? Hey! Black girl! Your sexual abuse will be overlooked because what happens at home stays at home. Hey! Black girl! I see you. Hey, black girl, I see you. But who are you? Who are you? And you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you with the hat? Who are you? Yeah, who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Hey! Who are you? Hey! Who are you? Yeah. Yeah, who are you? So, who are you? You don't know? You have a name? You live here? Hi! You're cute. I scare you? No. Thank you.
Do I make you feel uncomfortable?
No. Black is beautiful. That's it. So what is the importance of Black lives in your life? Say that again? And is it challenging to love a Black woman if you're not Black? I'm curious. Is it challenging? No. No?
What does it mean to be privileged?
To be able to walk down the street and have people just my best friends but not me because they have dark skin and
So my favorite animal is like a cheetah because I love to pounce and stuff. And I was just wondering who's free Friday night? No. I mean, it's just a Netflix. Okay. My number is 857. Okay. I guess what I'm trying to say, who lives, who dies to tell your story? Honey, tell me what you see. No, really, tell me what you see. Do you see a wet dog? Not only do I see you, but I can want you. Tell me what. Well, so is your mom. Now look where we're at. I'm sorry, Connor. Day goes on, I'm constantly hit on by guys who think they put me on. You know who's that? Yes, we have it. So you have that? But I'm not going to get rid of somebody. My love is going to be tight. Don't walk away. Not time. You just walk. I don't want to talk to you again. Told me where to go to your mom. I'm doing exactly that. Can't see the face of your face back. Well, here's the one I'm back. I'm pregnant. Not sure if I'm gonna be a single mom, but I'll be with the children who adore. You have me on the pedestal in the cell. Just like the tears falling from my eyes, my heart gets a beat every time I hear your name. I guess I'm trying to say, and I know it's kind of rare, but somehow you and I should be okay. So death do us part, you agree. But I'm telling you that you're not mine. I'm confused.
We won't stop till we stop losing our people. We won't stop until our lives matter. We won't stop till we stop losing our people. We won't stop until our lives matter. I won't live in fear. I won't live in fear. I can reign this day. I won't live in fear. I can reign this day. I won't live in fear. I can reign this day. Brought up in a world makes us feel like nothing. We are something. We little black kids. Will we get another day in full white? The color of our skin. But I won't live in fear. I can reign this day. I won't live in fear. I can reign this day. It's a game they play. They win when we stay silent. Years move on thinking of ourselves. But we are starting. Play back, rise up, and knock it right back down. Shouldn't have to fade when they change our things. We deserve. Y'all can stop, it's okay. Thank you. Shouldn't have to fear losing our brothers, mothers, fathers. But I won't live in fear. I can reign this day. I won't live in fear. I can reign this day. It's a game they play. They win when we sit silent. Years move on thinking of ourselves. But we started to play back. It's time to live for another. Yeah. Shouting no justice, no peace. We won't stop till we stop losing our people. We won't stop until our lives matter. We won't stop.
Tidal, Apple Music, and more. And so, yeah, be free to call and talk to me after this. This song I'll be performing is titled "Show Goes On," and I have this little ritual where I have the audience members sing along. Well, now it'd be like speak along, you know, it's a cappella. And so, yeah, so basically it's like the show goes on whether you're ready or not. Can you just say the show goes on, okay? So the show goes on. Whether you're ready or not. Okay. And so basically, you don't have to worry about the whether you're ready or not part. Just what I point out here, you say the show goes on, okay? Okay, can we try that? All right. The show goes on. Whether you're ready or not. The show goes on. If you ain't ready on the top. The show goes on. Whether it's win or lose. The show goes on. So now it's time to rock the stage. in any way that you choose, okay? Nice and simple, all right, word. And it starts like, I spend many times this night drowning in puddles of shame. I feel like I'm lost in outer space, but yet I'm going insane. Looking at myself like I ain't got nothing to gain. I tied the line all together, but they still ain't fixed the pain. I can hear the temptation in the depths of my brain. And my knees been getting weak because I've been praying for some change. I hope y'all getting what I'm saying. Because to me it's really strange that I'm confessing to my ways. It's been months or even days or even years since I made myself stand up on the court. To stand up on the trial and deliver a report on the errors of my ways, and our life could be so short. But I've been living pretty well, all thanks to the Lord up high. And I try to be a little less macho. Because I ain't like the Gestapo. And to be honest, I get the gusto from the guap. I take my shackle off, feel like I'm bossing like Al Capone. But the
show goes on.
Whether you're ready or not.
Show goes on.
If you ain't ready on the dot.
Show goes on.
Whether it's win or lose.
Show goes on.
So now it's time for us to stage in any way that you choose. And some people trying to live life and they're living a life. Like the F ran away without saying goodbye. Do the math, okay? And they can't do the math and wonder why they ain't passing. They run away from the past and think like nothing had happened. I wonder why. Like a tree frog with the red eyes, I'm sticking to the branches, I'm taking it to the sky. I'm trying to do me, so please don't waste my time. And there's a lot going on. Just look between the lines. I mean, look at all these situations.
I'm Richie Hoffman, reading 2 poems. After. When the sun broke up the thunderheads, and dissonance was consigned to its proper place, the world was at once foreign and known to me. That was shame leaving the body. I had lived my life from small relief to small relief, like a boy pulling a thorn from his foot. Wet and glistening, twisting toward light, everything seemed recognizable again. A pheasant lazily dragging his plume, the cherries dark and shining on the trellis, moths hovering cotton-like over an empty bowl, even myself, where I reclined against an orange wall, hopeful and indifferent, like an inscription on a door. The surround. That summer, I was looking for an antidote to art. I woke up early and spent mornings swimming, wading out with tiny piping plovers whose nests along the strip of beach had been roped off with netting as protected land. I wanted lust to exhaust itself. I wanted the alchemy of someone else to rise in me. Sitting with you on the terrace, I scarcely noticed. Bats tacked blackness to the sky, erotic and detached as Japanese tattoos. One by one, stars broke sharply into the harbor, like silver extracted from lead in a bowl.
I am going to read a poem by Mary Oliver, The Journey. I believe it during these pandemic times, it really speaks to me, and I hope it speaks to you. One day you finally knew what you had to do and began. Though the voices around you kept shouting their bad advice, though the whole house began to tremble and you felt the old tug at your ankles, "Mend my life," each voice cried. But you didn't stop. You knew what you had to do, though the wind pried with its stiff fingers at the very foundations, though their melancholy was terrible. It was already late enough and a wild night, and the road full of fallen branches and stones. But little by little, as you left their voices behind, the stars began to burn through the sheets of clouds. And there was a new voice which you slowly recognized as your own, that kept you company as you strode deeper and deeper into the world, determined to do the only thing you could do, determined to save the only life you could save.
This is Bob Carr. I'm reading from my collection, The Unbuttoned Eye, which reviews my experience through the HIV pandemic. I want to thank Michael Dowling, and I'm so proud that we're continuing this tradition with the medicine wheel. Cage. Did your green eye look for my brown eye as your life, your unchecked watery shit, ran out? Did you wonder where I was? Did your thumb slide the mortared groove of a cinder block wall, remembering through thick paint the living line of my jaw? Did your breath break, as mine does now, knowing you were wet, alone, caged, not in my arms, not under my whispering hand, counting your ribs, slowing your heart? The next poem is drawn from some of my experience in the early 80s working with the AIDS Action Committee as a buddy. 89 Tears. Too young, buddy, I volunteered in corner rooms of stainless IV stands, sipped tall drinks of water through a straw, pretending swallows were uninfected tears. What entered the eye was upside down, the cryptococcal droppings of birds. When it got too ugly, spackle of cinder block mint green, yellowed casings over fluorescent tubes, any sign to stare at. I left exhales of great teachers in hallways of overcrowded zipper bags. They taught me decline in fast forward. I knew too much, and no one, never carried flowers, though I noticed Robert's pale lilies, stems in cloudy water rolling on tray tables. I lost the names of mentors without trying. Scholarly, silent, ageless, regardless of their age. Folded pillowcases, monogrammed. While lovers said goodbyes, I stood alone in hallways. I was a bony shoulder, the damp man too tender to be touched. I read messages on caked teeth, scraped candida letters from blank tongues. In my sleep, I heard the sound of zippers, tripped and stumbled over cast-off leather, hoped that someday there would be a little rip to let me through. In the book, I explore a dialogue with the artist Robert Mapplethorpe, who died in 1989 with HIV disease. Letter to Mapplethorpe. It's time, Robert. Please come home. 35 years breaking boys, you must be so tired. Masked birds rasp through windows. I'm ready to let you in the back door, wash the smear you leave on jams, the color, something between dried blood and mud. Forgive me for leaving you behind. I understand your anger, those years of redirection into a stranger's hole. In a Boston club, Safari, I executed dark and blonde, recognized raised vein on flank, two deep medlines in your face. I would not touch the rainbow bowl of condoms, the glitter on the counter, bungeed locker keys. You wanted my ass and let me know. Under towel, slid fingers into split. Inviting every fuck, a boy I would not speak to leaned against brick wall. I led you by the hand, ordered you to place yourself inside my body substitute. Biting your ear with breath, I grabbed a studded cuff and whispered, "Fuck him. He is me." I have always been that voice, preventing and spreading disease. Robert, even now, we are not lovers. I allow you a bronzed urn on a mantle, nothing more. I let you in the house, and that's enough. You will not speak. You will be light that catches dust through an open window. And for my final poem, we all find hope and survival in our loved ones. This poem is addressed to my husband. Every thought is citric. I found a small white tangerine. It's in my head, squeezed between what I perceive and what I call things. The smooth peel breaks to let light out. The stick, tricky Floridian fruit. I crack a smile when it shows me the corrected names of things. I thought my man was called a husband. It turns out he's the solid oak legs of a farm table. Everything I eat is served upon him. The thing I called a dog, the seedless heartbeat of our grown-up son who moved away. I've been walking more than usual lately, wander through the city asking, what are you? And what are you? I'm the mouthpiece of the tangerine. The center of small white flesh is heartless. That's why most people break it into segments. Eat what they've missed, a little at a time. Thank you, everyone. Be safe.
Thank you.